Good morning, everyone. I would like to, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to a regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. Today is November 18th, 2020. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm the chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the board, of the ABC board, who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rima Wahabzada.
Rima Wahabzada, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Ed Grandis, present.
The board has 7 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these meetings is understood by everyone. Today's hearings are being conducted through a WebEx account provided by the DC Office of Open Government. There are 9 cases on this morning's agenda. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights of each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is case number 19 CIT 00554, Zaki Lounge and West African Grill, license number 96141. This case is canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CIT 00558, Dacha Beer Garden, license number 104597. This hearing is also canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CC 00129, Law Society, license number 83420. This case will be continued to December 9th, 2020. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00156, The Dirty Goose, license number 101299. This case is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on October 27, 2020. See Board Order number 2020-304. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00186, 801 Restaurant and Bar, license number 103120. I will now take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party of this case to enable their camera and microphone. I will now ask Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Ms. Johannes, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. We'll start with the government. Can the government please identify themselves for the record, please? Is the government on? This is Mr. Louis on today?
Yes, his rights have been elevated.
Hi, good morning. My rights have just been elevated. Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. John Louis on behalf of the government.
Good morning, Mr. Louis, and let's have the licensee.
Good morning, Cito Johannes on behalf of the licensee.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, the parties have no offer in compromise to present at this time.
All right. Then this matter will be set for a show cause hearing for a date to be determined. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I apologize. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00141, Ivy City Tavern, license number 93795. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on September 11th, 2020. See Board Order number 2020-275. The next case on our calendar is case number 19-251-00038, 1812 Lounge, formerly SIP, license number 95164. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government, please?
Sure, that's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. GT, are you able to turn your camera on, please? If you have a camera. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can we have? I'll start with the government. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. John Louis on behalf of the government.
Good morning, Mr. Louis again. So can we also, Mr. Louis, I'm sorry, can you please spell your name for the record also, please?
Certainly, it's JOHNLUI.
And Mr. Ejidi, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please? You need to turn your microphone on, sir. Please turn your microphone. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Timmy Ejidi, TMI, last name IJITI.
Thank you, sir. And what's your relationship to the establishment? What's your relationship, sir?
owner.
You're the owner. What's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm the owner.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Louis, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairperson, the parties have no offer in compromise to present at this time.
And Mr. GDR, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, right now I still need to talk to my attorney.
All right, sir. All right. This matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing for a date to be determined, and it will probably be sometime in January, sir. So we will contact you if you do hire an attorney between now and then. Please ensure that the attorney make an appearance. So please ensure that your attorney contact Mr. Louis to identify him or herself, and also provide a letter of representation to the agency. All right. So
All right.
thank you very much, sir, and have a great day. So we'll call and inform you when this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00192, Kiwa Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, license number 100297. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, and can you please mute the microphone for the previous licensee, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there's no party for this case. They're not in attendance.
All right, thank you. Would the government please identify themselves for the record, please, and spell their name, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. John Louis on behalf of the government. That's JOHNLUI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Louis. It appears that it appears to me that the licensee is not on the line. The information that's available to the board is that personal service was provided to the licensee on November 6, 2020. This matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing for a date to be determined, I believe that in the latter part of January. So the agency will inform the parties when the hearing is scheduled for. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 CIT 00652 Don Bury. And this hearing is also canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government on October 20th, 2020. See board order number 2020-343. This concludes the board's calendar for the morning. So Mr. Louis and Ms. Giannis, you can log back in for our afternoon session, which will start at 1:30. All right, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what the board will do now, since we have concluded our morning calendar, we are going to do our legal agenda. And the first matter on our legal agenda, it's the review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 21st, 2020 for case number 19 CMP 00161. It's Dolan Ugar Restaurant, license number 104335. The offer in compromise states as follows. The District of Columbia, jointly with the licensee respondent, submits this offering compromise, OIC, to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board as authorized by 23 DCMR Section 1604.5 for approval by the board. The parties understand that if the board approves the OICs, the case will conclude and any scheduled show cause hearing will be vacated. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the terms of the OIC, a fine, suspension, both, or other terms shown below. If the board does not approve the OIC, the matter will be continued to the scheduled show cause hearings currently not set. The respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept an OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of the notice of status hearing and show cause hearing that at a show cause hearing, respondent may be represented by legal counsel, have subpoenas issued to require the production of witnesses and evidence, produce witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for a qualified interpreter. The terms of the OIC as follows for charge 1, failure to keep and maintain books and records for 3 years in violation of DC Code Section 25113J and K and 23 DCMR Section 1204, Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 823A1. A written warning will be issued. For charge 2, purchasing alcoholic beverage from an off-premises retailer in violation of DC Official Code Section 25112C-2A and 25113A5A, Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 823A1. The fine will be a $1,000 fine to be paid within 90 days, or a license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the board accept the offer and compromise for charge 1, which is a written warning, and for charge 2, which is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 90 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wahab-Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Nick Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a request to reinstate dismissed application to renew a license dated October 8th, 2020. Unity license number 109064. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wahab-Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Nick Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of protestants' opposition to request for reinstatement of dismissed application dated November 13th, 2020 from Unity license number 109064. This is now moot. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of applicants' reply to protestants' opposition to request to reinstate dismissed application. Unity license number 109064. This is also moot. The next matter on our agenda is a review of applicants' request to reinstate dismissed application for a new license dated November 5th, 2020. This is in Wonder Mart, license number 116997. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter then passes 7-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement date between applicant and AFC 3F. This is in Bread First, license number 117004. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement between ANC 2B and Assets, license number 113585. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of a letter from St. Peter's School dated October 13th, 2020, expressing concerns regarding the application for a new license for Handle 19, license number 117027. This is just an FYI for the board. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of DC Register notice of reimbursable percentage for reimbursement. Review of DC Register notice of reimbursement percentage for the MPD reimbursable detailed subsidy program. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of the technical amendments 2019 notice of final rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote to the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a civil penalty notice of final rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is the review request to extend safekeeping of license for Le Grand Restaurant, license number 109012. I make a motion that we we approve this request through March 31st, 2021. Is there a second?
Rima Wabzada seconds.
Ms. Wabzada, and I believe Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada and Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0. The next matter, it's a review request to extend safekeeping of license for Kacha Richa's Restaurant, license number 095465. I make a motion that we grant this request through March 31st, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms.
Rima
Crockett,
Wabzada seconds.
Ms. Wabzada and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada and Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter is a review application for a sidewalk cafe endorsement with 42 seats. Restaurante Piccolo, license number 111952. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review application for Summer Garden endorsement with 42 seats for Restaurante Piccolo, license number 111952. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Rima Wabzada seconds.
Ms. Wabzada second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter, it's a review application for Summer Garden endorsement with 40 seats. The request has been made by Tishay Ethiopian Restaurant, license number 110594. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next matter on our agenda is it's a review application for a sidewalk cafe endorsement with 30 seats. The request has been made by La Libertad Restaurant, license number 070773. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Rafi Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. The next matter on our agenda is review application for summer garden with 36 seats. I make a motion that for 1-8 Distilling, license number 092751. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. The next matter, it's the review request for a refund of annual fees paid before lease negotiation unexpectedly failed. The request has been made by Draft House Comedy, license number 100884. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett,
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review request for a temporary operating retail permit for Embassy Suites Hotel, license number 117510. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. The next matter is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license for Taqueria Al Lado, license number 117216. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada. Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. The next request, a review request to remove license from safekeeping to complete transfer and reopen as You First Market. The request has been made by Hands Market, license number 103200. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. The next matter is a review request for an off-site storage endorsement to store alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 1445 Constitution Avenue Northeast. The request has been made by Shared Pour, license number 117074. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Rima Wabzada, seconds.
Ms. Wabzada second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. Matter passes 7-0. The next request is a review request to reduce capacity of the ABC license to include only the first floor with a total occupancy load of 75. The second floor may be used for special events where the host would obtain their own temporary ABC license. The request has been made by Serengeti, license number 022889. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote in the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. The next request is a review application for corporate name change to Flighto Cultivation LLC. And yes, Flighto, the previous name was Photo Management LLC, license number MMP00064. This is just an FYI for the board on this agenda. Right. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Barcelona, license number 100205. Chloe, the licensee requested cancellation. Chloe, license number 111876, the licensee request cancellation. Draft House Comedy, license number 100884, the licensee request cancellation. I make a motion that the ABC board cancels the license for the three establishments that I just read who requested cancellation. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda for Class B license. On our cancellation agenda, Class B license, there are 24 establishments. I will read the name of all 24 establishments. Once I've read the name of all 24 establishments, then I will make a motion for the board to cancel the license. All right, so these are the names of the 24 establishments on the cancellation agenda for November 18th, 2020 for Class B licenses. The first establishment is Dean and DeLuca, license number 018083. The licensee did not renew. The next establishment is Andy's Carryout, license number 021721. The licensee did not renew. New Hampshire Market, license number 060454. Licensee did not renew. China Hut, license number 074002. Licensee did not renew. Los Primos, license number 076413. Licensee did not renew. Capitol Hill Market, license number, I do not have the license, yes, license number 078727. Licensee did not renew. Anacostia Market, license number 086470, licensee did not renew. Best World Supermarket, license number 088966, the licensee did not renew. Hellbender Brewing Company, LLC, license number 093500, licensee did not renew. Capital Cash and Carry, license number 101025, licensee did not renew. Bardo River Brewery, license number 103291, licensee did not renew. Wine Advise, license number 103721, licensee did not renew. J&K Market, license number 090684, licensee did not renew. Wrap Distributing Company, license number 103929, licensee did not renew. Martha's Market, license number 105036, licensee did not renew. Sal's Cafe, license number 105882, licensee did not renew. Officina, license number 107663, licensee did not renew. District Wine Yard, license number 112042, licensee did not renew. Windows Cafe and Market, license number 060506, licensee did not renew. Phobogro, license number 082431, licensee did not renew. Stop and Go Market, license number 071763, licensee did not renew. 64 High LLC, license number 107282, licensee did not renew. A1 Grocery, license number 112305, licensee did not renew. And MLK Mini Market, license number 113398, licensee did not renew. I make a motion that the ABC board cancels the license for the 24 licensees that I just read in the record who did not renew their license. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that is properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Rima Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda for C and D licenses. These are taverns. On the cancellation agenda, there are 46 establishments. I'll read in the record the name of the 46 establishments that the ABC board will cancel their license. After I have read the names, I will make a motion that the board cancel the license. All right, so the first establishment is Chuck and Billy Bison Lounge, license number 014759. The licensee did not pay their second year payment. Twin Jazz, license number 060380. The licensee did not pay their second year payment. Billy Goat Tavern and Grill, license number 070520. The licensee did not pay their second year payment. 1212 DC Kiss Kiss, license number 072734. The licensee did not pay their second year payment. Rock and Roll Hotel, license number 072777. Licensee did not pay their second year payment. The Commodore, license number 073443. The licensee did not pay their second year payment. Jimmy Valentine's Lonely Hearts Club, license number 076330. Licensee did not pay their second year payment. Living Room, license number 076906, licensee did not pay their second year payment. Velvet Lounge, license number 078443, licensee did not pay their second year payment. Dodge City, license number 078749, licensee did not pay second year payment. Room 11, license number 079568, licensee did not pay their second year payment. Sankofa Cafe, license number 086424, licensee did not pay second year payment. DC Reynolds, license number 087045, licensee did not pay second year payment. Satellite Room, license number 087296, licensee did not pay second year payment. Your District Space, license number 087727, licensee did not pay second year payment. A&D, license number 089950, licensee did not pay second year payment. Mockingbird Hill, license number 091418, licensee did not pay second year payment. Eat the Rich Southern Efficiency, license number 091602, licensee did not pay second year payment. Petworth Citizen, license number 091646, licensee did not pay second year payment. Sankofa Restaurant and Lounge, license number 092705, licensee did not pay second year payment. Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 093572, licensee did not pay second year payment. DC Eagle, license number 093984, licensee did not pay second year payment. Broccoli Bar, license number 098584, licensee did not pay second year payment. Big Chief, license number 098902, licensee did not pay second year payment. Securum, license number 099263, licensee did not pay second year payment. Saks, license number 099955, licensee did not pay second year payment. Leslie's Grill, license number 104058, licensee did not pay second year payment. Cucina al Volo, license number 104755, licensee did not pay second year payment. District Hardware and Bike, license number 104936, licensee did not pay second year payment. Prequel, license number 106265, licensee did not pay second year payment. Skill Zone, license number 106766, licensee did not pay second year payment. Medusa Lounge, license number 106785, licensee did not pay second year payment. Phantom Comics, license number 107167, licensee did not pay second year payment. Columbus Club, license number 107244, licensee did not pay second year payment. Momo Yakitori, license number 109071, licensee did not pay second year payment. Takura Local, license number 109076, licensee did not pay second year payment. Caribbean Kitchen, license number 109111, licensee did not pay second year payment. The Eleanor DC, license number 109475, the licensee did not pay second year payment. The Cage Bird, license number 109651, licensee did not pay second year payment. Dus Miami's, license number 114133, the licensee did not pay second year payment. Ella Grace, license number 114637, the licensee did not pay second year payment. Bar Laura, license number 114684, licensee did not pay second year payment. Love at You, License number 114773, licensee did not pay second year payment. Sign of the Whale, license number 116058, licensee did not pay second year payment. Tekka Korean, license number 094804, licensee did not pay second year payment. And Gypsy Salads, license number 090582, licensee did not pay second year payment. I then make a motion that the ABC board cancels the license for the 45 establishments whose name was just read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that was properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, agree.
Ms. Wahabzada,
Rima Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. These are the C and D license. These are clubs, multipurpose facilities, restaurants, and hotels. On this list, there are There are 64 licensees. I will then read the name of the 64 licensees that are on this agenda. After I've read the names of the 64 licensees, I will then make a motion that ABC board cancels these licenses. The first licensee is Restaurant Associates, license number 001133. The licensee did not pay second year payment. The River Inn Dish, license number 001782. The licensee did not pay second year payment. The Front Page Restaurant and Grill, license number 001910. Licensee did not pay second year payment. A Slice of Italy Pizzeria, license number 007255. Licensee did not pay second year payment. New Heights, license number 009480. The licensee did not pay second year payment. City Lights of China, license number 014818. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Atella, license number 02177. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Serengeti, license number 022889. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Cafe Soli, license number 024748. The licensee did not pay second year payment. Thunder Grill, license number 026658. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Marcel's, license number 060004. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Local 16, license number 060467. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Letter Sellers, license number 060754. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Gala Hispanic Theater, license number 072095. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Brasserie Beck, license number 076383. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Georgia Brown's, license number 077127. Licensee did not pay second year payment. The Source by Wolfgang Puck, license number 077565. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Museum, license number 077573. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Hotel Rouge, license number 079244. The licensee did not pay second year payment. Avalon Theater, license number 080085. Licensee did not pay second year payment. La Pain Quotidienne, license number 080772. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Bistro Cacol, license number 082758. Licensee did not pay second year payment. El Centro DF, license number 084847. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Cafe Deluxe, license number 085876. Licensee did not pay second year payment. La Morena, license number 086595, licensee did not pay second year payment. New District Kitchen, license number 087574, licensee did not pay second year payment. Red Rocks, license number 080997, the licensee did not pay second year payment. Art Jams, license number 091285, licensee did not pay second year payment. Taco Bama and Poco Madre, license number 091610, licensee did not pay second year payment. Medium Wear Barracks Row LLC, license number 093525, licensee did not pay second year payment. La Pinquedian, license number 093865, licensee did not pay second year payment. Campono, license number 094362, licensee did not pay second year payment. Penn Commons, license number 095147, licensee did not pay second year payment. Plan B Burger Bar, license number 095796, licensee did not pay second year payment. Claudia Steakhouse, license number 095922, licensee did not pay second year payment. Popeyes Organic Restaurant, license number 096458, licensee did not pay second year payment. Bar Deco, license number 097418, licensee did not pay second year payment. Char Bar Restaurant and Elias Market, license number 097661, licensee did not pay second year payment. Tony's Palace, license number 102914, licensee did not pay second year payment. Quora Ethiopian Fusion Restaurant, license number 105042, licensee did not pay second year payment. Po' Boy Gym 2, license number 105468, licensee did not pay second year payment. Capsule Crab and Seafood, license number 106151, licensee did not pay second year payment. Fa Thai Cuisine, license number 107345, licensee did not pay second year payment. Chun Gong Man Chicken Draft House, license number 107432, licensee did not pay second year payment. Shop Made in DC, license number 107768, licensee did not pay second year payment. The Wing, license number 108744, licensee did not pay second year payment. Akari Sushi and Sake Bar, license number 108804, licensee did not pay second year payment. Magnolia, license number 109097, licensee did not pay second year payment. America Eats Tavern, license number 109720, licensee did not pay second year payment. Hanun Ma, license number 110084, licensee did not pay second year payment. Do It, license number 110804, licensee did not pay second year payment. Scott's DC, license number 110984, licensee did not pay second year payment. High Street Cafe, license number 111617, licensee did not pay second year payment. Olive Restaurant, license number 111837, licensee did not pay second year payment. The Liaison Capitol Hill, license number 112447, licensee did not pay second year payment. Officina Cafe, license number 112472, licensee did not pay second year payment. Leon, license number 114270, licensee did not pay second year payment. La Agoras, license number 115606, licensee did not pay second year payment. Barcada Wine Bar, license number 115719, licensee did not pay second year payment. Junction Bistro Bar and Bakery, license number 116122, licensee did not pay second year payment. Columbia Lodge number 85, IBPOE off W, license number 000237, licensee did not pay second year payment. Capitol Hill Tandoor and Grill, license number 060689, licensee did not pay second year payment. Miwa, license number 071154, licensee did not make second year payment. JG 2325 18th Street LLC, license number 116505, licensee did not pay second year payment. I make a motion that the ABC board cancels the license for the licensees that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will make a roll call vote to the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 7-0. I'm gonna go off the record for 10 minutes, and so we'll be off the record for 10 minutes. It's 11:36. We'll come back on the record at 11:45. I'll ask that the board let's switch to executive session. So let the board switch to executive session. We'll be off the record, so we'll come back at 11:45. All right. Thanks.
Thank you for joining the ABC Board public hearing today. The board will be on recess until 1:30.
Mr. Grandis, can you please come online so we can start? All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. For folks who were not here in the morning for our morning session, my name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We have 5 other board members who will join us today. The 5 of the board members are Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rima Wahabzada, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Hansen, Mr. Ed Grandis. Before we get underway with our afternoon session, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. Today's hearings are being conducted through a WebEx account provided by the DC Office of Open Government. I believe there are about 9 hearings that are scheduled for our afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to engage your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. So for afternoon session, let me find my calendar, please. The first case on our afternoon calendar is case number 19, CMP 0 Public Bar license number 181238. And Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Andrews. Mr. O'Brien, can you please, if you have a camera, please turn your camera on and please unmute your microphone, please.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you have a camera, or you choose not to show us your face? Because I don't know. I've never met Mr. O'Brien before, so I need to see Mr. O'Brien on camera to make sure that it's actually Mr. O'Brien speaking.
Well, since you're new as chair, Mr. Chair, you may not know that the previous chair told me he didn't want to see my face anymore.
All right, Mr. O'Brien. All right, thank you.
All right. I don't know why my camera is not working.
All right. Well, Mr. O'Brien, that was all in jest. I do recognize your voice, so I know that it's Mr. O'Brien that's on the phone. So I'll have the government introduce himself for the record. And Mr. Louis, can you again please identify yourself for the record and spell your name, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. John Louis, on behalf of the government. That's JOHNLUI.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Mr. O'Brien, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Certainly. Stephen O'Brien on behalf of Respondent Public.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Will your client be joining you today?
No.
Okay, fine. Mr. Louis, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, parties have no offer in compromise to present at this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. O'Brien, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, I did receive a proposal from the prosecution late Friday. It has not been accepted. It may require some discussion, but I do anticipate that this case will be resolved by offer in compromise.
Thank you very much for that representation, Mr. O'Brien. This matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. We probably will have a hearing sometime in January, I believe. But if the parties decided prior to that period of time to come to an agreement, they can send the agreement, they can sign the agreement and send the agreement to the board, and the board will put that on its legal agenda and approve of it if we so desire. So I just let the parties know. Oh, Mr. O'Brien, I now see you.
None genuine without this picture.
All right, now I'm sure that it's Mr. O'Brien that I'm speaking to. All right, but thank you for that, Mr. O'Brien. And but if I said before, the board will inform you, the parties, when this matter is scheduled for hearing. If not, we will see you at the if it's not settled, we'll see you at a show cause hearing once it's scheduled. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Very well, thank you.
All right then, bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 AUD 00120, La Lomita Dos, license number 15387. This case has been continued to December 9th, 2020. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00183, Johnny Pistolas, license number 60401. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Khan, are you able to? Yes. All right.
Are you able? Sorry, my apologies. Are you able to see me?
No, I'm not able to see you, but I can hear you.
Let's see. My apologies. Says that
This is new for all of us, so it's
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, fine. We can now see.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, we'll start. We'll start. I will again ask the parties to introduce themselves for the record and also to spell their name. And we'll start with the government, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. John Lee on behalf of the government. That's JOHN.
Now, is there, who's the owner? Is there a representative, or is our boss? Is there an attorney and an owner as far as the establishment is concerned?
Correct, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Sarah Khan on behalf of Johnny Pistolas, SARA, last name KHAN, and with me as a representative from the company, Elizabeth Macris, ELIZABETH, last name Macris, MAKRIS.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Khan. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, the parties do not offer a compromise to present at this time.
All right.
I have.
Yes, Ms. Khan.
Sorry. So in addition to, there is no offer in compromise. However, prior to my appearance on behalf of Johnny Pistolas, Ms. Macris did reach out to attorney Shahzeb Asim on behalf of the government and sent over a motion to dismiss on the basis that Iraja Skarning, who's listed as one of the main witnesses to the event and was the owner at the time, has succumbed to COVID in June, and based on the fact that he wouldn't be available to testify, is the main witness that would be able to provide any events on behalf of Johnny Pistolas and proof that it was a private event. Be dismissed on that because of the prejudice to the entity, and Ms. Macris is involved on the basis that this was her father that passed away. So we're waiting to hear from the government.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm not sure if the government is ready to entertain that, but that's not the board. The board on its own motion cannot make a determination on that, so that's up to the government. If the government wants to entertain that at this juncture, they can, or if the parties want to further discuss this. The only thing that the board would do at this juncture, unless the government says otherwise, is to schedule this matter for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. In the interim, the parties can discuss whether or not they determine that this is a matter that should move forward or can be dismissed, or there can be an offer in compromise. And if something is presented to the board by the government and the licensee, of course the board will entertain it.
Mr. Chairperson, the government will.
Yes, Mr.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
The government will respond to the motion. Because for a show cause hearing to be determined.
All right. So this matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. And what I will advise both parties to continue to speak in. If the parties agree to dismiss this matter, the parties can advise the board. If the parties agree to have an offer in compromise, that can be sent in writing to the board, and the board will vote on it on its legal agenda. But if no agreement can be reached, then we will set a date to be determined for a show cause hearing. Okay, and
thank you.
And my condolence to you, Ms. Marcus, on the death of I think it said it was your father. My condolence. Your microphone is off. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. On behalf of the board, my condolence to you and your family. Okay. But thank you for your appearance today, and the parties will inform us. We'll inform you the date and time of the show cause hearing, and the parties will inform the board what their position is, whether or not we're going to move forward with this matter. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Sorry, just one brief question. Attorney Louis, do I reach out to you, or should I continue to discuss with Attorney Hassan?
To the assigned government attorney that's assigned to the case. I think Mr. Louis is the attorney for the day, but I see. If you've been speaking to a different OAG attorney, you continue with that attorney, and the parties will jointly inform the board what decision is made regarding the process of this case.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, and have a great day then. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00214 Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. With will Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Ms. Johannes, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear and see you, Ms. Johannes.
Okay.
All right. Can we have the parties introduce themselves for the record? And I know, Mr. Louis, I'm doing this, but we have a different party. So can you please identify yourself again for the record? Spell your name, please.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. John Louis on behalf of the government. That's JOHNLUI.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Johannes, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Louis, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairman, the parties have no offer in compromise to present at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board, Ms. Johannes?
No, I do not.
All right. Thank you. All right, then this matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. I believe that a hearing will be scheduled sometime in January, but in the interim, if the parties want to discuss this case, and if the parties decide to settle the case, then through a written offer of settlement that can be provided to the board for the board's approval. So I just want to let the parties know that that offer that's available. That written offer, the board does. Based on COVID, we do accept written offer of settlements from both parties. Okay, but if not, the agency will provide you a date and time for the show cause hearing. And I want to thank everyone for their participation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 AUD
00036, Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, your rights have been elevated. That's all. Yes, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Martin, do you have a camera you can start your camera?
Let me say okay here. How's this? Hello?
I can hear you, but it appears that you might be having some technical difficulties. Your screen.
If you could, I am on, looks like, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. I just can't see you, but I can hear you. But we can, yes, I can see you. So, yes. All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. Can we have the parties introduce themselves for the record, starting with the government, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. John Louis on behalf of the government. That's JOHNLUI.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Mr. Martin, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, and spell your name, please?
Jason Martin, JASON MARTIN, Sticky Rice and Sing Sing Karaoke.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Louis, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, there is. There's an offer in compromise to present to the board.
And what is that, please?
Charge 1 for the failure to follow the required quarterly statement. The first term is a $2,000 made payable within 90 days. Its license shall be suspended indefinitely until this fine is paid. And the second term is submit pending quarterly statements if they have not been submitted yet.
Okay, yes, I accept.
All right, hold on again, Mr. I'm writing some, because I have to repeat this. Okay, Mr. Martin, it's my understanding, so, you're taking away the fun from my part, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Mr. Martin, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and it's my further understanding that the offer in compromise is that there is a fine of $2,000 payable within 90 days. If the fine is not payable within 90 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely. And secondly, that the licensee will submit any outstanding quarterly statement that's currently due. Is that your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, sir, that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With that said, I then make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $2,000 payable within 90 days be accepted. That if the fine is not payable within 90 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. And that as far as the offer in compromise, that any outstanding quarterly statement be filed. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada.
Rima Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis does not agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter is accepted. The OIC is accepted on a 5-1 with Mr. Grandis in disagreement. I want to thank the parties for coming to an agreement in this matter, and thank you very much. And so you have 90 days, sir, to make your payments. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
All right, then.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 20CC 00007 Fuel Pizza and Wings, license number 88727. This case has been continued to December 9th, 2020. The next case in our calendar is case number 19251 00014 Kiora Ethiopian Fusion Restaurant, license number 105042. This case has also been continued to December 9th, 2020. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00162 Rosa Mexicana, license number 60757. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on June 30th, 2020. See board order number 2020-241. And I believe that's the end of our calendar. Is that correct, board members? Are there any other cases on our calendar? No? I just want to make sure. All right, then thank you, Mr. Louis, for your participation today. And so the board has now concluded its calendar. And with the board concluding its calendar, then we're going to move on to our cancellation agenda for caterers. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then. There's a cancellation agenda for catering license for November 18th, 2020. On this cancellation agenda for caterers, there are 33 establishments. What I will do, I will read the name, all 33 establishments. I will read them into the record. Once I've read the names into the record, I will make a motion that the board cancel these licenses for the reasons cited. The first establishment is Main Event Caterers, license number 072705. The licensee did not pay second year payment. Federal City Caterers, license number 074045. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Geputa Catering Inc., license number 075771. Licensee did not pay second year payment. MK Catering Inc., license number 079539. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Catering by Avalon Inc., license number 080091. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Purple Onion Catering Company, license number 086362. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Chef Expressions, license number 088438. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Equinox, license number 092155. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Green Plate Catering, license number 092376. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Luke's Lobster, license number 093123. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Catherine's Catering, license number 093580. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Root and Stem Catering, license number 094227. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Eats Place, license number 101680. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Rug Fine Catering, license number 10244. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Capital, license number 102755. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Delia's Catering, license number 103563. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Via Umbria, license number 103694. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Congress Catering, license number 104526. Licensee did not pay second year payment. Chef Miko, license number 106062. Licensee did not pay second year payment. K&A Catering, license number 106464. licensee did not pay second year payment. CNC Catering Inc., license number 107473, licensee did not pay second year payment. Ahola CR3W Entertainment and Catering, license number 108399, licensee did not pay second year payment. Fresh Connection Catering, license number 110907, licensee did not pay second year payment. The Village Cafe, license number 111826, licensee did not pay second year payment. Grace Street Coffee Roasters, license number 112185, licensee did not pay second year payment. District Space, license number 112204, licensee did not pay second year payment. Outside the Box Productions, license number 112768, licensee did not pay second year payment. Rosa Mexicano, license number 113840, licensee did not pay second year payment. Wild Days Allegory, license number 114056, licensee did not pay second year payment. Wine Key Experience, license number 114575, licensee did not pay second year payment. American Eats Taverns, license number 114579, licensee did not pay second year payment. Aura Catering, license number 115823, licensee did not pay second year payment. And Bistro Caco, license number 116136. I then make a motion that the ABC board cancel the license of the 33 establishments that were just read based on their failure to pay their second year payment. Is there a second?
Wahabzada seconds.
Ms. Wahabzada second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Wahabzada. Mr. Cato?
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada?
Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett?
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda, Class A license. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first establishment is Vintage Cellars, license number 102895. Licensee did not pay third year payment. And the next establishment is Local Vine, license number 103795. Licensee did not pay third year payment. I make a motion that the ABC board cancel the license for these two establishments that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato?
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahabzada?
Wahabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett?
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson?
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to the ABC board will be issuing vacated cease and desist orders for the following establishments. There are 72 establishments on our vacated cease and desist orders agenda. Basically, this agenda, it's that the ABC board had previously issued cease and desist orders to these establishments for a violation. The licensees have now corrected the deficiencies, and so the ABC board will be vacating these cease and desist orders. Once I will go through the name of the 72 establishments that are on the list. Once I've read all 72 names, I will then make a motion that we vacate the order. All right, so the first establishment is Nopa Liquor, license number 113587. The licensee did pay its second year payment on November the 9th, 2020. The next is establishment is Blue Jack, license number 103546. The licensee paid its second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Jose Andres Catering, license number 088399. The licensee paid the second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Poor Boy Jim, license number 108145. The licensee made its payment on November 5th, 2020. Joselito Casa de Comidas, license number 115657. The licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. Spices Restaurant, license number 072420. Licensee made its second year payment on November 13th, 2020. Dacha Beer Garden, license number 104597. The licensee paid the second year payment on November 13th, 2020. Timber Pizza Company, license number 10544. The licensee made its second year payment on November 16th, 2020. The Madison Hotel DC at Hilton Hotel, license number 111519. The licensee renewed on November 3rd, 2020. Manhattan Market, license number 017772. Licensee renewed on November 4th, 2020. J&D Market, license number 103723. Licensee renewed on November 4th, 2020. Food 7 Store, license number 108479. Licensee renewed on November 4th, 2020. My Houseland, license number 112240. Licensee renewed on November 6, 2020. Senor Wines America, license number 116189. Licensee renewed on November 6, 2020. Cork and Fork, license number 082681. The licensee renewed on November 6, 2020. Suburban Market, license number 108109. Licensee renewed on November 6, 2020. Novel Grocery, license number 111480. Licensee renewed on November 6, 2020. Sonia's Market, license number 097880. Licensee renewed on November 9, 2020. Oasis, license number 014153. Licensee renewed on November 10, 2020. Spirit of Mount Vernon, license number 077414. Licensee paid second year payment on November 28th, 2000. That can't be right. We're not November 28th, but they've paid their dues. They've paid their payment. The next establishment is Alta Strada, license number 100140. Licensee paid second year payment on November 3rd, 2020. Wasi, license number 109570. Licensee paid second year payment on November 3rd, 2020. The Grill from Ipamina, license number 017199. Licensee paid second year payment on November 3rd, 2020. Ella Woods Fire Pizza LLC, license number 060635. Licensee paid second year payment on November 3rd, 2020. Foreign Service Club, license number 001008. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. La Ligaros Italian and Nepali Bistro, license number 095042. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Home Slice, license number 107912. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Guapos of Georgetown, license number 104214. Licensee paid second year payment November 4th, 2020. Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Bobby Van's Grill, license number 073165. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. MXDC license number 090420. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. Tor license number 091165. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. Swahili Village The Consulate license number 114799. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. Bread Soda license number 078085. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. Felicity Lounge license number 112502. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. The Admiral license number 114281. Licensee made second year payment on November 6, 2020. Myanmar license number 115376. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. District Soul Food Restaurant and Lounge license number 112072. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. Kalawa license number 106681. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. City Tap House license number 106537. Licensee made second year payment on November 6, 2020. Surfside license number 113253. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. El Centro DF license number 000604. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. Kabia Ethiopian Restaurant license number 089933. Licensee paid second year payment on November 9th, 2020. Reverie license number 108125. Licensee paid second year payment on November 12th, 2020. Loredia license number 106089. Licensee paid second year payment on November 12th, 2020. Champion Kitchen license number 103055. Licensee paid second year payment on November 12th, 2020. Canopy Embassy Row Truno license number 071165. Licensee paid second year payment on November 12th, 2020. Bullfrog Bagels Peace license number 100249. Licensee paid second year payment on November 13th, 2020. Shibeli Ethiopian Restaurant license number 112429. Licensee paid second year payment on November 16th, 2020. DuPont Underground license number 109116. Licensee paid second year payment on November 17th, 2020. Club Cinema license number 060040. Licensee paid second year payment on November 3rd, 2020. Lost Society license number 083420. Licensee paid second year payment on November 3rd, 2020. Habishia Market and Carryout Restaurant license number 087362. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Lost and Found license number 094510. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Free State license number 102224. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Taqueria Nacional license number 114980. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. The Crown and Crow license number 106995. Licensee paid second year payment on November 4th, 2020. Left Door license number 099684. Licensee paid second year payment on November 5th, 2020. Ivy and Coney license number 092860. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. Potomac Distilling Company license number 106554. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. Brick Lane Restaurant license number 109778. Licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. The Mirror, license number 111099, licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. Little Miss Whiskey's Golden Dollar, license number 079090, licensee paid second year payment on November 6, 2020. The Aridale, license number 100018, licensee made second year payment on November 6, 2020. Power Nightclub Lounge Restaurant, license number 104228, the licensee made second year payment on November 10, 2020. Studio 52, license number 115069, licensee paid second year payment on November 12, 2020. Elevate, license number 100316, licensee paid second year payment on November 13, 2020. Pop Social, license number 112530, licensee paid second year payment on November 13, 2020. Brava Brava, license number 092059, licensee paid second year payment on November 16, 2020. At 1015, license number 109294, licensee paid second year payment on November 16th. Proper 21, license number 102933, licensee paid second year payment on November 17th. And Red Wolf Imports, license number 103084, the licensee paid renewed on November 18th, 2020. I then make a motion that the ABC board vacate the cease and desist order issued against the 72 establishments. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Cato, I second the motion. I will now make a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett and Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to our temporary one-day substantial change license docket for November 18th, 2020. The first event on our the first license on our one-day substantial change docket. It's a one-day license class G, for a wedding on November 22nd, 2020 for a maximum of 50 attendees, 2 security guards. The license number is 117495. I make a motion that we approve this event. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. I will take a roll call vote to the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next event or next licensing on our one-day substantial change calendar, it's a celebrity meet and greet at Charcoal Town Cafe Hookah and Shawarma. The date of the event is November 20th through the 21st, 2 nights. The license number is 117496, 25 attendees. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Rima Wabzada, seconds.
Ms. Wabzada, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Turn your microphone on, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis, I believe Mr. Grandis is having some technical difficulties. So, Mr. Anderson, the matter passes 5-0. The matter passed 5-0 because Mr. Grandis is having some technical difficulties, so he cannot vote. So, it's 5-0. The next event on our calendar, on our docket, it's a request from Whole Foods Market for a Thanksgiving operating day event, 11/25. The license number is 076139. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis is still having some technical difficulties. So Mr. Anderson, so the matter passes 5-0. The next matter on our docket is a request from Whole Foods Market. It's a Thanksgiving Day operating hours, change of hours. This is date of event November 26th. It's the license number is 060167. It's a substantial change for extended hours. And I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion before it is properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next event on our docket is another Thanksgiving Day event by Whole Foods. A one-day substantial change event. The license number is 104506 on November 25th. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion and properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passed 6-0. We now move to our docket. And the first request on our docket is a request from Heart's Delight Wine Tasting and Auction for a letter of request for online auction permit. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next request is a request from Karma, license number 101682 for a summer garden application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, a request made by Milk and Honey and Smith Commons, license number 117403 for a transfer with sale application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cato has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato agrees.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Green, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. The next request on our docket is a request from Elmira Market, license number 117457, for a transfer with sale application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and I believe Ms. Wabzada has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on that motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis is having some technical difficulties, so Mr. Anderson, I agree the matter passes 5-0-0. The next request is a request made by BAMIS, license number 116749, a transfer with sale application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis,
Mr. Grandis agrees. Mr. Anderson also agrees. The matter passes 6-0-0. The next request is a request made from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 60518, for a gifts and loan application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato,
Mr. Cato has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. The next request is a request made by You First Mart, license number 117459, a transfer with sale application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Nawab Zada, seconds.
Ms. Wabzada second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Wabzada. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. The next request, a request made by Chesapeake Big Market, license number 117463. It's a transfer with sale application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, a second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote to the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. The next request is a request from High Lawn, license number 117072. This is a new ABC license application. I make a motion that we grant this request, or we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nawab Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request is a request made by Real Maravana, license number 117409 for transfer with sale application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next request is a request made by Fountain Inn, license number 116996 for a new ABC license application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next request is a request made by Photo Management for it's a cultivation center, and it's a corporate name change application to Photo Cultivation LLC. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request is a request made by Capital Grill, license number 60206. This is a change of officer application to add Angela M. Simmons as president, treasurer, and director. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I
Ms. Wabzada agreed. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request is a request made by Capital Grill, license number 60206. This is a change of officer application to add Lindsay L. Corin as vice president and secretary. Is there a second?
Wabzada, seconds.
Ms. Wabzada seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, a request from Yard House Restaurant, license number 105091. This is a change of officer application to add Lindsay L. Corin, vice president and secretary. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, a request made by Yard House Restaurant, license number 105091. This is a change of officer application to add Angela M. Simmons as president, treasurer, and director. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, a request made by the Capital Burger, license number 106205. This is a change of officer application to add Lindsay L. Coran as president and manager. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been probably seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next request, a request made by the Capital Burger, license number 111547. It's a change of officer application to add Lindsay L. Coran as president and manager. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis is having some technical difficulties. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The next request is a request made by Nantucket I'm Eddie Kano, Nantucket Clam Shop, license number 110237. This is a trade name change application. The new name is Jimmy's Phillies Steak. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that will probably seconded by Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada,
Nima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis is having some technical difficulties. Mr. Anderson has agreed, so the matter passes 5-0. I'm going to read the next 22 applications are basically applications for a safe way to change officers for Safeway. So I will read the licensee. Once I've read all 22 changes, then I'll make a motion that we approve it. So the first change is a Safeway license number 97700. It's a change of officer application to add Juliet Williams Pryor as Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. The next request is another request from Safeway license number 97700 to change of officer application to add Vivekanand Sankaran as President and CEO. The next request is the request from Safeway, license number 97701. Again, it's a change of officer application to add Juliet Williams Pryor as Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. The next request is from Safeway, license number 97701, change of officer application to add Vivian Kennard Sankaran as President and CEO. The next request is from Safeway, license 97702, change of officer application to add Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Then Safeway, license number 97702, change of officer application to add Vivian Karen Sankaran as President and CEO. Then we move on to Safeway, license number 97703, change of officer application to add Juliet Williams, President, Executive Vice President. Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Then we move on to Safeway, license number 97703, change of officer application to add Vivian Karen Sankaran as President and CEO. Then we move to Safeway, license number 97704, change of officer application to add Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Then we have Safeway license number 97704 to make the change to add Vivian Ken and Sankaran as President and CEO. Then we move on to Safeway license number 97705, change of officer application, Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Safeway license number 97705 to add Vivian Ken and Sankaran, President and CEO. Then Safeway license number 97706, change of officer application, Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Then Safeway license number 97706 for Vive Ken and Sankaran, President and CEO. Safeway license number 97707, change of officer application, Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Then Safeway license number 97707, change of officer application, and the spelling of the name is VIVEKANAND, and the last name is SANKARAN as President and CEO. We move then to Safeway license number 97695, again, Juliet Williams Pryor as Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. And for Safeway 97655, change of officer application to add, again, the spelling of the name is VIVEKANAND, and the last name is SANKARAN as President and CEO. And again, Safeway license number 97697, change of officer application, Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Then we move on to Safeway license number 97697, change of officer application to add the spelling of the name is VIVEKAND, that's the first name. The last name is SANKARAN as President and CEO. We move on to Safeway license number 105295, change of officer application. Again, Juliet Williams Pryor, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary. And Safeway license number 105295, change of officer application. The first name is Vivekanand. The last name is Sankaran, President and CEO. I then make a motion that the board accept the change of officer application that were just read in the record for Safeway. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next request, a request made by the Squash Club DC, license number 116969. It's a corporate name change application to Justin Rose LLC. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. And we have come to the end of our calendar and of our calendar and the other dockets. And if there are no further questions, I will move towards closing the meeting, the public meeting. So as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on November 19th, 2020 for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for November 19th, 2020, as published in the DC Register on November 13th, 2020. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Wahab-Zada and Mr. Grandis, I believe, have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wahab-Zada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. It appears that the motion has passed 6-0. I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now formally adjourned from our public session. I would like to thank all board members for their participation. And now that our public session is closed, I will ask that the board return to our executive session for continued meetings. Thank you very much and see you shortly. All right then, bye-bye.